Ms. Love, the list of witnesses to the media and defendants is supposed to be sent on Fridays, not Sundays.
Yes, Your Honor. I know that I did send something yesterday, but I believed that the list of witnesses, I'll check.
No, what y'all do is you just piggyback onto old relines and don't update them. And, I mean, it's attached to something that Ms. Hilton had sent a prior Friday, but I don't see anything that actually sends a witness list until Sunday. Did anybody on the defense side get the witness list before Sunday? No.
That was not intentional. That was simply not intentional. I think Ms. Hilton and the team has been pretty good about making sure that that's sent out on Friday, but that was not intentional.
Where's Ms. Hilton?
She is on her way. There was, I think, some problems with traffic.
Okay, so, I mean, Ms. Hilton, Sunday, September 29th, 1:39 p.m. Good afternoon. I hope all is well. Attached, you will find the media list for this week.
Then, Your Honor, I take full responsibility for that. I can address it. If it was sent, then that is on me if it was sent out on Sunday.
Okay, well, anyway. Luckily, the only person highlighted is somebody who's already been testifying, so it's not an issue for this time, but let's not have that happen anymore. Second, we do have a witness on the stand that we broke to handle Mr. Zachary for, so we need to be continuing with that witness and go ahead and finish up with that. In addition, you have even more last minute provided an updated transcript at what, 8:30 or 10 or something o'clock last night?
I don't have to use that. I can.
Okay, that's good because nobody's had a chance to be able to look at it or compare it or anything like that. So, okay. All right, so can we get Mr. Sprinkle over to finish up his testimony?
Your Honor, Mr. Sprinkle, so as I explained before, I called Mr. Sprinkle when we intended to call Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's testimony, and in order to avoid him being called twice, we were putting in the interview of Mr. Zachary, given his continued pronouncements regarding his health concerns and other considerations. We were going to call Detective Gaither to simply get in the interview regarding Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's investigation, if you will deal with some of the information that comes from Mr. Zachary's interview. And rather than asking the court to call Mr. Sprinkle twice.
Well, we're calling lots of witnesses twice, or you are calling lots of witnesses twice, so.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court's permission, since we do have Detective Gaither here, to allow us to put in Mr. Zachary's interview and to allow us to proceed after Detective Gaither with.
And what, is Detective Gaither just going to be introducing the interviews?
She's going to be introducing the interviews. Primarily, that is the reason that we have her. She also confirmed, though Mr. Zachary was able to confirm some information about his phone number, another phone number. I told her that I don't expect to keep her very long. I don't expect her to be more than today, frankly. And yeah, that's it. And the other matter that I wanted to broach with the court simply dealt with the concerns that the court had that we broached briefly regarding some of the cross-examination testimony and some of the information in the interview with Mr. Zachary on the 5th of August, 2015, that we believe has addressed some of the concerns that the court had regarding.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
So in my email to the court, I said that there were some matters that we would ask permission to address prior to playing the interview. Some of the portions of the interview that defense requested redacted, the court said that it needed sometimes foundational information before I went ahead and,
Okay, and I think that Ms. Persfield responded to everybody that we're not going to address that this morning before, and we know that the jury is going to be here and ready to go at 9, and I don't think there's going to be time to address all of that in the 5 minutes before the jury is here. Do you?
well, there is one that I think we can. It's the first one that we have listed.
Okay, well, anyway, that is what I said we would address either at lunch or at the end of the day, correct? All right, and so for that reason as well, we're not really ready for Detective Gaither's testimony. So go ahead and call Mr. Sprinkle over and let's pick up with him, because we can't, if we need to do the whatever is or is not going to come in the interviews, and it's different from what we had already made determination about, and we left some things for determination. We have to figure that out during the lunch break, so.
Yes, Your Honor. Will
All
the
right.
court permit me to step out and make that phone call?
Yes, please.
And also, Your Honor, so will the court be permitting me or allowing me to bring Mr. Sprinkle back after we get in the
I
testimony?
mean, it seems to me like that's been kind of the way this case has gone, is that people get called back 2 and 3 times. So sure, you can do that with him too.
Excuse me, Stacy.
We got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Of returns, I'd just like to briefly address something. Okay. Thank you.
to address something?
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, and I'm not sure when the state plans on using this, but on the 27th of September, so what, 3 days ago, we got a Dropbox link with additional crime scene photos from a 2019 case, a 2014 case, and a 2015 case. These hadn't previously been provided in.
Of what?
Well, I think you'd have to ask maybe Mr. Atkins or the state. One of them relates to, I just have APD case numbers. I think they could give you more detail.
Okay.
My main point being these should have been provided in December of 22 at the latest. So I don't know why we're just receiving these now. And it seems to be my role in the case. I'm here to once again complain about late discovery, Your Honor.
Ms. Love?
Your Honor, I'd ask the court, since that is not something that will be broached this week at all, that the court allow us to address the matter when I have those files in front of me that Mr. Weinstein
How
is
about you get
referring
those
to.
files at lunch? Seems to me like
We
we're
can
going to
do
have a
that.
lot to talk about over lunch.
We can do that, Your Honor. And also, I will say that those are, to the extent that, of course, I will look back and make sure that they were not previously provided, but to the extent that they were not, the crime scene information that we have turned over is a direct result of matters and witnesses that we have added back because of the objections that have been made. And the CAD reports, I believe, have already been admitted as evidence. So there is nothing about the photographs that would create any delay or prejudice or anything of that matter, but I'll address it at lunch.
What were the dates?
These are cases from, according to what Mr. Atkins sent, 2019, 2014, and 2015, Your Honor. And Mr. Atkins, in an email to me on that same date, the 27th, indicated to me that these had not previously been provided to us. So we can discuss it at lunch as the court wishes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Ms. Love, in your Sunday 6 p.m. email, you said that you were going to forward later in the evening to counsel and the court the portions of Mr. Zachary's interview that you were seeking reconsideration of based or because of, I guess, the way he testified. I'm not in receipt of that forward. Did you ever forward what the actual portions are?
Your Honor, I think, no, I forwarded the transcript, the corrected transcript that I was seeking
But
to
you
use.
didn't forward the, you need to get that taken care, you need to get that taken care of, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so is Mr. Sprinkle out there ready?
He said that he needed 10 minutes from the time that I reached him, so
Tell him, text him now and tell him he needs to get over here right now.
he is, Your Honor. He is coming. He
Text
literally.
him anyway and say the 10 minutes, he can't have any more time. He needs to stop what he's doing right now and come on. Because we have the jury waiting.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then while we wait, I guess you can go ahead and forward us those.
behalf of Jersey.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you enjoyed your unexpected 4-day weekend. I hope that nobody is too badly impacted by the storm that swept through. And we are ready to proceed, and we're picking up with Mr. Sprinkle, who was on the stand, I don't know, early.
Explained that there were jail calls that you were able to listen to make certain determinations regarding information that was a part of the file.
Can y'all hear her okay? Everybody can hear her? Okay. Where'd your lapel mic go?
Would you rather, okay, even at the podium?
I don't know. It just seems, if everybody can hear her, that's fine. It just didn't seem as loud. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I can grab it now.
Maybe while he's answering, you can hook it up.
I don't think I can do both of those. This is a difficult contraption. I'll talk into the microphone.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Sprinkle, with respect to Spencer Wright, or the person that Detective Thorpe spoke to before taking out the warrants, and the jail call that you listened to.
Correct.
Is my memory correct that you said that Detective Investigator David White was the person who then spoke with or went out and reached out to the person that Mr. Wright called from the Atlanta City Jail?
That is correct.
And the information that you received or that you were able to gain from that phone call made from the Atlanta City Jail, what impact did it have on your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It corroborated what I already believed, which was that Spencer Wright, who initially provided the name of Nicholas Robb.
I'm going to object to that testimony. As to relevance, his belief is not relevant.
Sustained.
So as a result of the information that you got from that phone call, with respect to information that would assist you further in the investigation, what did you do after you listened to the phone call and had Detective White speak to Mr. Smalls?
Well, I spoke with Detective White. Well, broadly, I just embarked on the investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas, because at that point I was essentially without sufficient evidence.
Okay.
I can no longer rely on that statement.
All right. Now, at the time that you got the file, had Kenneth Copeland already been interviewed?
He had been.
All right. And when you reviewed that, those interviews of Kenneth Copeland, did you endeavor to speak with him anymore, or did you gain more information from the interviews themselves that assisted you in your investigation?
Well, as the investigation, as the months went by, I did desire to speak with Kenneth Copeland, but that did not happen. He wasn't willing to speak with me.
How many of his interviews did you have at your disposal?
Well, I believe there were 3. There was one in particular from June of 2015.
Is that the 9-hour interview?
That would be the 9-hour one, yes.
All right. Did you set out to corroborate anything that you
Objection, that's
found?
pending.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Yeah, I didn't hear the objection, so that I can make
Leading.
Oh, okay. With respect to the Kenneth Copeland interview, did you take it at face value, everything that you heard in the interviews, or did you do anything to decide how you would treat the information?
Well, on listening to the interview and taking notes, I endeavored to corroborate as much of his statement as I could.
Okay. Did that involve listening to other interviews and jail calls as well?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what other interviews you listened to without talking about what was said in the interviews themselves?
Sure. Well, there was the interview of Demiki and Garlington. There was an interview of Quindarius Zachary. And when I say there was an interview, I'm contemplating in my mind that there was only the one, but it is possible there were perhaps 2 or even 3 interviews, but I'm only recalling off the top. They may have all just run together as I listened to them. But as far as I know, there was at least one interview of everybody that I'm mentioning right now.
Okay. And with respect to Quindarius Zachary, did you take part in a 2017 proffer of Quindarius Zachary or include that as a part of your file?
I did, and it was recorded. I have it on a disc over here as well.
All right. And did you also
Detective Tyrone Dennis obtained phone records, and the numbers that he obtained, I believe, were primarily, if not exclusively, from either A, the interviews that he conducted, or B, from cell phones that he found during the course of his investigation. He was able to forensically analyze and extract the number therefrom.
Now, you mentioned last time you were on the stand getting the videos or the surveillance videos enhanced, the ones from the Texaco and the barbershop.
Yes.
Was there any other surveillance footage that you were able to obtain that was not a part of the original file that Mr. Detective Thorpe gave to you? Is the surveillance footage from the Texaco and the bar?
I'm sure I listened to while I was watching the interviews, I watched the exact time of the homicide, which broadly is just very important because it allows me to establish a time.
Objection again to the testimony. What he found to be important is not relevant to the instruction.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission to respond. With respect to what DDA Sprinkle did in gaining information about this homicide, as with any other witness, we'd ask that the court allow him to give the jury insight into how he gained the information that he got and made the decisions that he made.
Okay, let's just stick to the facts without value judgments. Go ahead.
Okay. After you were able to get phone records, listen to the interviews, were you personally or your investigator able to obtain social media records?
Yes.
How did you decide which social media records in this case you needed to look at?
Again, objection. How and why is not relevant. What he obtained is relevant.
Your Honor,
Objection.
how and why?
Overruled.
Thank you.
Well, I was focused on the social media of the parties that were of interest, either persons of interest, maybe witnesses, just as much. Whenever a name came up, I endeavored to find their social media, regardless of whether or not I actually thought that they were directly involved in the homicide. Perhaps there'd be something on their social media that would shed some light or illuminate something for me.
Now, did you ever look at the social media of a Quindarius Zachary?
I do, yes. I recall looking at his social media, yes.
Do you recall what his handle or handles were for various social media platforms?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would looking at your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
Would you please look at your report?
Yes, and that's what's on the laptop in front of me, incidentally.
Okay,
Yeah. I just have it so I can do word searches.
all right,
I mean, I know he went by the moniker Little D.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can point me to it, I don't know that I actually put like a screenshot or an image from Mr. Zachary's, any of his social media in my report.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 360 Yankee. Speaking of social media, 360 Yankee through 363 Yankee. At what point did you begin looking, or did you begin looking for social media photos related to Javaris Bradford?
That would have been, again, I don't know the specific date.
And
But
I don't mean the date, I mean, what was your attention turned to Javaris Bradford?
Mr. Bradford caught my interest after, because as I said, I already had phone records belonging to various parties. These were phone records that I think were primarily, if not exclusively, obtained by investigator Tyrone Dennis. He caught my interest after I saw his number in his number being 404-957-8008. His number I found in the phone records of Quindarius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Calvin Treadwell, meaning that I had called detail records for those 4 people. And as I looked through them, I found that in close temporal proximity to the homicide, or maybe not, when I say close temporal proximity, it could be like within a day or two of the homicide, not necessarily within like 10 minutes. But I saw that he was that number, and I didn't know whose number it was when I first saw it, was a common number between them. In addition to that, when I ran it through the Fulton County Jail inmate call database, I found that another person who was an associate of those 4 people called that number, and that'd be Martinez Arnold.
Okay.
Martinez Arnold, AKA Duke, was an inmate at the Fulton County Jail. So I ran 404-957-8008, which are 404-957-8008 through the Fulton County Jail's inmate call database, and I found 2 calls, I believe, that were placed from Martinez Arnold on the night of the homicide. And I think the first one was at 8:18 p.m., which was an hour after the murder.
Okay.
And so after I listened to those calls, I wanted to know a little bit more about Mr. Javaris Bradford. And as part of that process, I found his Instagram page.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits 360 and provided to the defense. State's Exhibit 360 Yankee.
I'm sorry, can I see what those are going to be?
Absolutely. 361 Yankee and 362 Yankee. There you go. While he's looking at those.
I feel like I asked y'all to share exhibits that you were going to use with witnesses prior to using them with the witnesses. Is that not happening?
I believe that this has been shared quite a while now, Your Honor.
It is.
Okay.
There's a trope. We just want to make sure which ones she was setting up.
Additionally, I will show to you 363 Yankee and provide to anyone who would like to see photos. 363 Yankee. Do you recognize what has been labeled 360 Yankee? Thank you. 361 Yankee, 362 Yankee, and 363 Yankee.
I recognize these, yes.
How do you recognize them?
These were, I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. The moniker that he went by on said Instagram page was that is spelled IM _ living, LIVING _ great. When I found a picture or a post being a picture, sometimes with text accompanying it, although on these 4 pictures, it doesn't appear that Mr. Bradford actually posted any text along with the pictures. They're just pictures. I screenshotted them. And these were the screenshots that I actually took as I viewed Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, the content of which was visible to the public.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate representations of the pictures depicted on the pages that you were looking at for Mr. Bradford?
They are, yes, they're printouts of the digital images that I captured, yes.
The state tender states Exhibit 360, 361, 362, and 363 Yankee.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, looking at 360 Yankee, would you tell the jury what they're looking at in 360 Yankee and what relevance it had to what you did after you got these social media posts?
360 Yankee depicts Javaris Bradford standing behind a Pontiac Bonneville, a gray in color Pontiac Bonneville. And I want to make sure, I think it's a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville. I want to get that right, so I'm refreshing my recollection. But I'm pretty sure it's a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville. But at any rate, it's a gray in color Pontiac Bonneville. And the reason why that caught my interest is because there was actually several photos that I found that depicted him alongside a Pontiac Bonneville, and that caught my interest because it let me know that that was probably the car that he could be found in.
Okay. Why were you interested in a gray Pontiac Bonneville at the time that you saw these images on Mr. Bradford's page?
Well, at the time I saw these images, I wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, not really.
What did you see or hear, without getting into what anyone said, that caused you to take interest in these photographs? If it was an interview, he does not have to say what that person said. It doesn't call.
Well, I can say this. I looked at the surveillance footage, and I knew that there was some type of gray car or cars that were involved. So gray car in general would have caught my interest. And when I say surveillance footage, I'm referring to the surveillance footage from the cameras that were mounted on 330 McDaniel Street, that being the barber shop in the parking lot of which Donovan Thomas stood at the time that he was shot and killed. But then there was other surveillance footage from the Texaco station. And so and to be clear, just so we're clear as to how the process went, when I first found these images, I was kind of generally interested. I said, oh, a gray vehicle, okay, a gray sedan. But then as I went back and I reviewed the surveillance footage from the Texaco station yet again, I became considerably more interested in these images because I saw a gray Pontiac Bonneville on that footage in close temporal proximity to the homicide. And because that Texaco station was in close spatial proximity to the barber shop, that particularly caught my interest.
When you said you went out and looked at the scene, were you able to determine and explain to the jury how far the Texaco that you were looking at, the images on the Texaco that you were looking at, were from the barber shop at 330 McDaniel Street?
It was about 100 yards.
Okay. And would that extend beyond the doors of this courtroom, out to the elevator, or something a little bit different?
It would be from about where I sit right now, probably about twice the distance from where I sit right now to the elevator. So from here to the elevator, double that.
All right. Now, when you were out there, was there a line of sight from where you were looking at on the Texaco footage to the front of 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice whether there were any street lamps or any kind of lighting out there as well?
There were. I don't recall if they were working.
Okay. Now, after you looked at this Texaco surveillance footage, did you only look at around the time of the murder? In other words, if the murder happened at 7:22 p.m., did you only look at 7:22 p.m. and a few minutes before and a few minutes after?
No, I looked, I believe the footage from the Texaco that was of interest to me actually started at 6:38 p.m.
Okay. Would you tell the jury why or what it was about 6:38 p.m. that had any significance?
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, I would ask that.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And specific, well, it was actually 6:41 p.m. Having reviewed my notes, so it was about 3 minutes after that. Well, a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville that looked identical to the one that appeared on Mr. Bradford's Instagram page pulled up to a gas pump at that gas station.
All right. Do you remember which gas pump? In other words, was it the one furthest from 330 McDaniel, in the middle, or closest to 330 McDaniel?
It was an inside gas pump. It was in the bank of gas pumps that would have been closest to 330 McDaniel, but the vehicle wasn't utilizing the pump that would put it in the absolute closest spatial proximity to 330 McDaniel, if that makes sense.
It does. Now, when you say the vehicle wasn't using the pump, did the vehicle use either pump at that gas station for the entire time that the vehicle sat at the pump?
No, I don't believe that anybody ever gassed up the car, if that's what you're asking. I don't believe anybody, obviously the whole thing's on video, but I do not remember anybody using the pump. I'm quite sure nobody actually fueled up the car while it was parked there at the pump.
At any time while you were looking at it, were you able to see individuals get out of or get into the Pontiac?
Your Honor, I would object as to relevance, also as the best evidence. The video has been introduced.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Did, Your Honor, may I ask the witness whether or not, once he looked at it and saw whatever he saw,
You can go ahead and
thank you.
ask that, and I'll see if it's.
Did you recognize any persons that got, and not from knowing them personally, but did you recognize any persons getting into or out of that Pontiac?
Objection as to relevance. The jury can make their own determination from the evidence that's already been admitted.
Sustained.
That you looked into further? Did you further look into anyone that you saw getting into or out of that Pontiac?
Well, yes.
Okay. Would you tell the jury about one person that you saw getting into and out of that Pontiac
I'm
that you
going to
looked further
object.
into?
Same question.
Ask the question again?
Would you tell the jury about one such person that you saw?
Sustained. Okay.
Did you see Diamante Kendrick getting out of the Pontiac?
I did.
Objection.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
It'll be stricken.
Who did you see getting out of the Pontiac?
I'm going to object. It's the same question.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
Yes?
would the court allow me to either approach and explain or allow the state to get information we believe will be made valuable to the jury at a later
I'm
time?
gonna
In other
object to
words,
that
would the
speaking
court
objection.
please conditionally allow
Approach.
us? watched the Pontiac at the gas station.
And incidentally, on looking at my report, it was a 2001 Pontiac Bonneville, according to my notes.
Thank you. After you saw that 2001 Pontiac Bonneville at the gas pump, did you see, can you tell the jury who it was you believed that you saw getting into and out of the vehicle based on the information you had at the time?
Well, there were multiple occupants of the vehicle, but I believe you're referring to Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And what did you do once you saw Diamante Kendrick? Did you just see him or look at or observe him getting out of the vehicle, or did you do something else with that information?
Well, I wanted to speak with the people, the other people that were with him in that Pontiac Bonneville and another vehicle that appeared in the frame at some point.
Okay. Now, when you say the people that were with him, were you ever able to make a decision about who you believed the people were that were with him in the Bonneville?
I eventually determined who they were, and I spoke with them.
Okay. Did you only look at the inside or the outside, rather, of the Texaco station footage while you were reviewing this file to make decisions about the next step?
No, there was footage from the interior as well, the convenience store that was adjacent to the gas pumps. Mm-hmm. I looked at that too.
And were you able to get closer up pictures of anyone inside that gas station?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you find the person that you believed to be in that, getting out of that Bonneville, did you find that person's image on social media sites or in any other place that informed your next steps in the investigation?
Yes.
All right. So the person you believe to be Diamante Kendrick, what did you do once you believed it was Diamante Kendrick that you were looking at?
Well, I continued to watch the video, obviously, but I also, as I stated, endeavored to identify the other people. I mean, as you could probably determine by now, I thought there was an excellent chance that Javaris Bradford was also in the Bonneville.
Objection to his opinion.
All right.
Overruled.
Okay. And with respect to Javaris Bradford and Diamante Kendrick, was there anything about their actions while they were at
Objection
that
to the
gas
leading
pump?
question.
Overruled.
Was there anything about their actions while they were at that gas pump? Specifically, you mentioned another vehicle.
Well, there were a couple of vehicles. They were parked at that gas pump for a good long while, for over 30 minutes.
I'm going to object under 704B. It gets into the mental state of actors.
I don't believe the question calls for that. Go
So
ahead.
is it, oh, okay. You may continue. You said that
I'm sorry, what was the question though?
with respect to Mr. Bradford, you said that, and Mr. Kendrick, you said something about the length of time that they were at the gas station, at the gas pump.
Right, so they were there, the vehicle, the Bonneville was parked there from 6:41 p.m. to 7:17 p.m.
Okay.
At 7:17 p.m. it pulled off, and it pulled off simultaneously with another vehicle, with whom one of the occupants of the Bonneville.
Who was it that you believed you saw the other vehicle that pulled off simultaneously?
I'm going to object. Same objection as previously.
What did you say? Same objection as previous? Is that what you said?
Yes, in regards to his opinion of who he saw and best evidence also.
Your Honor, my question is, I hadn't finished it, but my question was, with respect to the vehicle that he saw driving off simultaneously, what informed the next step in his investigation in terms of what?
Okay, you may ask that question.
What about the interaction between the people in the Bonneville and the people in the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville informed the next steps in your investigation?
Well, one of the occupants of the Bonneville ran up to the other vehicle and had a conversation for about 30 seconds with the driver. That said occupant then ran back to the Bonneville, boarded the driver's seat of the Bonneville, and the two cars left simultaneously. And this was within 5 minutes of the drive-by shooting next door at 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay. Did you do anything to determine what vehicle it was that drove off simultaneously with the Bonneville you believe to be occupied by Diamante Kendrick?
Yes, I just looked at the video. It was clear enough. I could tell what kind of vehicle it was.
All right. Did you do anything to obtain any records, registration, or anything else as it related to the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville that you believe Mr. Diamante Kendricks occupied?
Yes, I sent a subpoena to various rental car companies to include Hertz.
All right. Why did you send a subpoena to various rental car companies?
Because as I reviewed the file, there was information contained therein that one of the parties of interest rented the vehicle that was utilized.
Okay. Were you able immediately to obtain any records of interest as it related to the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville?
I did.
What was it that you were able to obtain?
A woman named Carolyn Fry, who worked for Hertz, apparently their custodian of records, emailed me documents that were responsive to my subpoena.
Okay. And what person did the documents that you received, what person did they relate to?
They related to Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. Once you got these documents from Ms. Fry, did you do anything to further look into them?
Well, I sought to obtain identify the location of the vehicle that was of interest to me, that being an Infiniti.
Okay. And what did you do to determine the location of that vehicle?
I believe I asked David White to just run the current owner information. It turned out it was owned by somebody in Mississippi. Rental car companies don't keep their cars for very long. It's since been sold.
Did you speak to people at Hertz to determine any interactions they may have had with the person who rented the vehicle?
I did not know.
Did your investigator or someone on your team?
Investigator White did, and I believe he was also with a detective or detectives from the Atlanta Police Department at the time.
Okay. Once you got information about the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously, would you tell the jury if any other vehicle furthered your investigation into this matter?
Well, there was, in addition to the vehicle, that Infiniti from Hertz, there was a 2009 Volkswagen CC that also pulled up near the 2001 Pontiac Bonneville. Okay. And a occupant of that vehicle exited the Volkswagen CC and boarded the Bonneville. So I was eventually able to determine who the two people in the Volkswagen CC were as well.
You believe them to be?
Go
ahead.
Well, yes, who I believe them to be, yes.
Okay. And were you able to in any way confirm their identities?
Yes, because I talked to them.
Okay. Once you spoke to the people who were in the Volkswagen, and once you determined who rented the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville, what step did you take to gain more information into determining who was responsible?
Objection to the characterization of solving.
She rephrased.
You may answer.
Well, I tracked down those people that I at first believed to be on the footage, and then I interviewed them.
Okay. Now, on scene at that gas station, did you ever see anyone that you believed to be Kenneth Copeland?
No.
Okay. And did you ever see, as it relates to either of those vehicles in that footage, anyone that you believe to be Kenneth Copeland?
No, I did not see anybody that I believed to be Kenneth Copeland.
Okay. Were you able to obtain and review phone records for Kenneth Copeland?
I did.
All right. And what number did you review the records for?
Well, I'm gonna have to, if I may, refresh my recollection on that.
Please do, and just let me know when you refreshed your memory.
There we go. 678-278-5991.
Did you obtain phone records for anyone related to Kenneth Copeland in order to assist in your investigation? And I'll be specific. Did you ever obtain any information regarding either a Deshaun Quarterman or a Rontrez Brock?
Probably. I probably subpoenaed subscriber. I definitely know those names. And I definitely remember identifying their phone numbers.
Okay.
And if there's records in the file, then that means I sent a subpoena. I don't believe I got search warrants for those numbers. I don't think I had probable cause, but I was at least able to obtain, subscriber information and call detail reports.
Now, did you speak with anyone or did you learn of anyone by the name of Sammy Davis during your time looking into this case?
I did.
Now, was that person already named in the file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
How was it that you learned of the name Sammy Davis in this investigation?
So, I believe it was on September 26, 2016. I met with Mr. Donovan Thomas's mother.
With that, go ahead.
And,
You can go ahead.
and she mentioned that,
I'm going to object to the, I'm sorry, go ahead, Max.
Sustained.
Did you get information from Donovan Thomas's mother that led you to Mr. Davis?
yes.
After speaking with Donovan Thomas's mother, did you see anything on the news media or television that was of interest to you?
There was some news footage.
Bit of hearsay.
Avoid hearsay in your response, please. I don't know if he's going to say it that way or not. Go ahead.
You can go ahead and answer without saying
Yes.
what anyone said. What did you see? Did you see footage of people being interviewed after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
All right. And were these people on scene the same night, or was this information that you viewed from?
Objection to the leading question.
Sustained.
What time in relation to the murder were these people being interviewed? By time, I do mean date-wise. Was it months after, close in time, temporally?
As far as I know, after the murder that night.
That same night?
Yes.
Okay. And who was it that you were looking at in this interview? What was the name of the person, if you recall?
No, that I don't recall.
Okay. Was this person in any way able to give you information that led you to find Mr. Davis?
I never talked to this person.
Was the information that you saw on the television instructive in determining Mr. Davis as a person of interest?
I don't know. I don't think so. That's not how I identified who Mr. Davis was. The news footage isn't how I identified him.
How did you go about finding Mr. Davis?
Well, I knew enough about them that I could reference this public records, and I don't really recall exactly how I did it. I just remember that I knew enough about this person's life that I was able to look at public records and eventually figure out get the name of Sammy Davis and the date of birth. And then I was able to find him and interview him, and he confirmed.
Hold on, don't say what he said. You were able to interview him?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you interviewed Mr. Davis, at that time, did you have other phone numbers that were of interest in your investigation?
There were many phone numbers that were of interest in my investigation.
Were there any that you used in your investigation more than others?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there were numbers that were more interesting to me than others. Yes.
Specifically, did you find a number or did you locate a number you believe to be associated with the demise McMullen?
I did.
What number was that?
Hold on, I'll have to refresh my memory on that. There we go. That number was 470.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object to that testimony. Any information that he received from hearsay would be inadmissible. I'd object to it.
From what would be
Hearsay.
Your Honor,
sustained?
I'm actually asking not whether it was, I asked him whether or not he found a number that he believed to be associated with this person.
That would be hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not talking about what anyone else said. He hasn't even gotten into other things that he did to
the extent
look
that he
into that number.
To the extent that he received that information from someone else, and to the extent that it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, specifically that that number belongs to a certain person, that would be hearsay.
It is being,
Sustained.
Your Honor, all right. Did you look into or get and observe and review phone records for a phone number 504-975-3904?
I did.
What about phone number 504-346-9596?
Yes.
And 404-957-8008 that you talked about previously, was that another number that assisted more than others in this investigation?
It did.
All right. Did you look at and review records for 678-542-3145?
Oh, yes.
And what about 470-262-2643?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you able to review any other case files to get information that aided you in the investigation of the Donovan Thomas murder? In other words, were there other incidents that you looked into obtaining information from?
Yes.
What incidents were those?
There were several.
I'm going to object. Hearsay and confrontation clause.
I don't know whether that's going to be the case or not.
I'm not asking for anything that anyone said. I'm asking about other incidents that he reviewed.
I know what you're asking. I don't know how it's going to be answered. We need to avoid any confrontation clause violations or hearsay, but can't rule on that without.
Can you tell the jury the location of other incidents that you looked into?
Well, there were several.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Course of conduct, irrelevant.
Your Honor, I believe,
You know what, let's take our morning break right now. Mr. Sprinkle, can you step out?
Yes.
So I'm unclear where you're trying to go with this, which is why I'm not sure if those are valid objections or not.
Your Honor, as it relates to the other incidents that DDA Sprinkle obtained information relevant to this investigation, there were several, and I think that the jury has heard evidence of many of them. And the information that he got from those other case files and how he used it in this particular case, we believe is very relevant.
What do you expect his answer to be? What other case files? The alleged retaliatory back and forth that the state's theory has led to this? Or what? I mean, I don't know.
So, no, and the state's theory is not that the back and forth, retaliatory back and forth
Just
led to
answer
it.
what it is that you think that is going to be the other incidents.
Your Honor, the Dexter Montgomery incident, the Adele Drive incident, incidents that involved Mr. Copeland, and the information that he was able to obtain and how he used that information.
All right, and what are the objections?
All right. So the objection is relevance. The objection is that it explains his course of conduct, which is not necessary and not relevant. I think the predecessor court heard at length the information about Dexter Montgomery. Several witnesses were called, detectives, investigators, witnesses from the prison system. And so the jury has heard that evidence before. They have heard the evidence about the Adele Drive shooting, both from officers who have come before the court and testified about it, as well as individuals who were there at the location. They have heard from Mr. Copeland for a long time, and both videos of him, detectives testifying about him previously, officers testifying about him previously. All of this information has been put in front of this jury previously. There's no relevance to Mr. Sprinkle at this point saying, again, regurgitating all of those and saying why they were important to him or important to the investigation. What importance they have, ultimately, they can argue in closing, but the jury's already this is already before the jury. And so if I did not say that this evidence would be cumulative, I'll add that as well. But for the most part, it is irrelevant, and his course of conduct and why he found it to be important is not relevant to this jury.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Go ahead.
To the extent that what DDA Sprinkle did and why he did it is irrelevant, we would ask that the court not allow the inquiry into why any other witness, officer, investigator did what they did as well. We believe that it allows the jury to assess what happened during this case, assess the motives, the reasons why steps were taken, and to rebut the inference that the defendants are attempting to cause the jury to draw that somehow or another anyone in this particular case was targeted.
All right, I'm overruling the relevance objection and the cumulative objection, so he can say, you know, I also looked at XYZ file and then move on from there. And Mr. Sharp, what was your,
I was a little slow on the trigger, but I was also hoping to object to hearsay, and this is my concern. Ms. Love just said, I just want to ask him about information he obtained about these other cases. And from my understanding of Mr. Sprinkle's report, he didn't firsthand work or make observations of anything. He just, my understanding is he read police reports or perhaps, like in the case of Quindarius Zachary, he was in the proffer session, but all that is hearsay.
He utilized information.
okay, so I mean, you need to be careful about how you ask the question. So if the question is, you know, he already said I looked at other files, so what were those files? And then what did you do? Not what did you glean from those files or why did you care, but just the next step, okay?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, anybody, let's take our restroom break for the day, I mean, for the morning. Won't make it be the only one of the day, and come back here and get the jury back. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Liv.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whoops.
Mr. Sprinkle, we talked earlier about the numbers that you obtained records for and that you reviewed records for during the course of your investigation. Can you tell the jury whether you were able to find the number 404-621-4090 of any interest to you?
404-621-4090.
Yes.
Let's see. Yes.
And did you compare that number, 401-621,
404.
I'm sorry, 404-621-4090 to any other numbers? Did you do an analysis of that number in communication with any other number?
Well, I did. I saw that number in the cell phone records for Kenneth Copeland.
All right. Now, did you look at the time or whether that number communicated with the number that you had for Kenneth Copeland, 678-278-5991?
Yes, I did.
And would you tell the jury what time frames you saw that number communicating with 678-278-5991 that aided in your investigation?
Well, so it's 6:58 p.m. on the night of the murder, that being January 10th, 2015. That number, 678-278-5991, the same being the number for Kenneth Copeland, that number called 404-621-4090.
And what times around the relevant time frame that you were looking at regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas, what times did that number communicate with the number for Kenneth Copeland?
Well, the phone call was at let's see, there was a phone call at 6:20 p.m. and another one at, excuse me, 404-621-4090 called Kenneth Copeland at 6:20 p.m. And then Mr. Copeland called that number at 6:58 p.m.
Okay. Did you find the number of times numbers communicated with one another?
You mean like the frequency, looking at toll records and how many times a certain number was in communication with the number that is the subject of the toll records?
Yes, did you look at that?
So a common call analysis, I'm sure I did. I generally do that in order to glean some sort of insight as to the identity. It's particularly useful when you don't know the identity of the person utilizing a certain number. If, for example, you have a number and you see that there's one number in particular with whom they communicate, the holder of the number communicates the most, you may be able to glean some insight as to who that number belongs to.
And did you determine whether there was communication between 470-217-6080 and 504-975-3904 or 504-346-9596?
So the phone number 470-217-60... 470-217-6080, I believe you're referring to Demise McMullen's number?
So without getting into who you believe the number belonged to, would you just answer the question regarding whether or not you saw any communication between that number and the two 504 numbers that I just mentioned around the time of the murder?
Let's see, I'm refreshing my recollection right now. Yes,
How long before or after the murder? What is the closest time that you saw those two numbers communicating with each other during or around the time of the murder?
My recollection, having been refreshed, notably what I remembered was that at 7:29 p.m. on the night of the murder,
29?
yeah,
Okay.
7 minutes after the 911 call, that number, that 470 number, called 504-975-3904.
Okay. Do you look at any other records in comparison with one another to aid in your investigation?
Yes, there were numerous phone records that I inspected during my investigation.
What records did you compare or look at in relation to one another that aided in this investigation, if you would give the numbers?
Well, let's see here. Are you just asking me which sets of phone records I examined?
More like, did you determine whether 404-629-7604 communicated with 678-278-5991, for instance, around the time of the murder?
7604. That number
Not
did.
saying who it is.
Okay. That number, the 404-629-7604, called 678-278-5991 at 6:27 p.m. on the night of the murder, that being January 10th, 2015.
And did those two numbers, did that 7604 number show up with any high or low degree of frequency in the 5991 records?
Yeah, from what I recall, it did. That was somebody I believed was a close associate of the holder of the 5991 record.
Say that again.
I believe that number you cited, the one that ends in 7604, is a close associate of the, or at least I believed to be a close
Objection
associate.
to his belief.
Did you look at it as if it were, did you analyze that number as if it were a close associate?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 510, Yankee. And I'll leave a copy for whomever wants to review it here on the stand. And ask you if you recognize do you recognize the picture and the date?
I do.
Okay. Did you obtain that particular picture and posting during the course of your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph, date, and caption that you observed?
Yes.
The state tenders State's Exhibit 510 Yankee as evidence.
Admitted. Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Looking at State's Exhibit 510 Yankee on the screen, whose social media account did you observe this photograph, caption, and date to be on?
Shannon Jackson, who also is known as Shannon Stillwell.
All right. And what is the handle or social media handle of this account?
OG_Bool, spelled BOOL.
And are you able to tell the jury, if we can zoom in a little bit so that it can be seen a little bit, the date and time of this posting?
January 10th, 2015 at 9:58 p.m.
And what is the caption?
Overlooking the city with a lot on my mind, followed by a series of, and when I say series, I mean 4 emojis that depict faces.
Now, at the time that you saw this, did you know where it was that this picture was taken from?
Looks like the inside of the Sky House
That would be
condominium.
based upon hearsay, Your Honor. I would object.
Sustained.
Your Honor, statement of, I think there's an exception, and I would like to say it to the court without announcing it.
Come up.
And DDA Sprinkle, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. How, if at all, are you familiar with Sky House condominium?
I've been there before.
And based on what you know about Sky House condominiums, are you able to tell the jury with respect to 510 why, where it appears that that photograph was taken?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and ask for some additional clarification. Knowing where a location is versus where a window is, are two different things. I'd ask for further clarification.
Again, I don't know what he's going to say. He says he's been there. Can you develop that further before he testifies as to the question, like develop that he has the foundation to testify to that?
Yes. And I'm showing you what has already been admitted as Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4. Would you look at Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4?
Okay.
Is the photograph in Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4 the same photograph that is in State's Exhibit 510 Yankee?
It is.
Is there a date on Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4?
Yes, it appears that there would have been, but, and I can tell because there's a little pop-out bubble that indicates that there was, but anyway, there wasn't enough toner in the printer.
The jury.
Sustained.
So, DA Sprinkle, when you pull social media records and you look at the actual records, is there anything about the record that will show you the date that a posting was made?
Yes, so this Defense Exhibit 44 that you just handed me, so if you go to Instagram and you mouse over the information in a post that displays how old the post is, in this case,
It does what?
for example, on Defense 44, it says 109W, with W standing for weeks. If you're actually at a computer and you stick your mouse cursor, position it over 109, a date will pop up. There will actually be the date when it was posted. Here I see a box immediately below 109W, except the box has nothing in it.
Okay.
So that looks to me like that would, if you were to screenshot it, take a picture of your screen digitally, while you're mousing over that, and I know this because I've done it many, many times, then you should see the date of the post. I know that because that's how I capture posts on Instagram. Here, I don't see that. I don't know if there wasn't enough toner in the printer or what's going on, but.
I'm going to object. That's a speculation then.
About the toner in the printer?
There's no foundation for him he's certainly not an expert on mousing over
Well,
a date. I would object that there's no
you're-
foundation and that it causes speculation.
Do you want to, sustained at this point?
Is that a picture?
Well, Your Honor, I have an objection as well. Seeing as now a foundation's been laid, I'd ask the court to instruct the jury as to why that box is blank.
Overruled.
And, Your Honor, if I may ask for assistance from Mr. Kokomo, who, to display Defense Stillwell.
You'll come up here for a minute.
you able to tell the jury what it is that informs your opinion as to where the location of the photo in State's Exhibit 510 and DS 44 are?
Just having reviewed other photos in the case A, and B, just having been to that building and therefore knowing its general location and looking at the exterior, that is the outside of the window. It looks to be that particular building at 1080 West Peachtree Street.
Your Honors, may I now put upon this witness that question? And is there?
I would still object that there's not been sufficient foundation for that particular photograph and location.
Overruled.
And where is it that it appears that the photograph that is in the exhibit before you and DS 44 were taken?
So somewhere within the Sky House condominiums at 1080 West Peachtree Street.
Mr. Kokomo, may I have your assistance in displaying DS 44? Now, DA Sprinkle, will you please tell the jury whether these two photographs, 510 Yankee from State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and Defense Stillwell 44 are captured from the same social media site?
They are, yes, they are. The names differ because you can change your Instagram name whenever you like, and depending on when you capture it, it'll just capture the name that the person goes by at that moment. But yeah, they're the same.
And what is the social media handle for Defense Stillwell Exhibit 44?
SB_with the shit. All one word with no dots, dashes, or any other manner of punctuation in between the words with the shit.
How many social media sites have you reviewed and been able to hover over a photograph to determine the date that the photograph was posted?
Thousands.
All right. And on Defense Stillwell Exhibit 44, are you able to make the determination that you made earlier to the jury based on those thousands of reviews of social media sites and pages regarding the date?
Well, yes. I mean, that box that appears where the date would normally be. Now, if that was like superimposed into the image from some other means, I don't know. All I know is that when you mouse over the age, that's when navigating your mouse cursor over the age of the post, it will pop up in a little box. It will say the specific date that it was posted. I see such a little box on DS44. However, there is nothing in it.
Okay. I'm showing you now what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 524 Yankee. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
This is a image from Twitter that I captured, where I utilized that method, in fact, where Twitter's a little bit different. It doesn't just say like 3 weeks old. They actually put the date. And the date here is January 10th, 2015. And when I moused over it, the specific date or time on January 10th, 2015 popped up.
Sorry, specific time.
Specific time on January 10th, 2015 popped up.
Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 524 Yankee as evidence.
Can I see that? That's admitted.
Thank you. Now, before we publish State's Exhibit 524 Yankee, would you tell the jury who it is that is depicted in 510 Yankee and Defense Stillwell 44?
That's Shannon Stillwell, AKA Shannon Jackson.
Okay. We'll go ahead and publish 524 Yankee. It's coming. And while we are publishing that, would you tell the jury who is depicted in State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
This would be Diamante Kendrick, AKA Yak, AKA Yak Gotti.
All right. And is that from the Twitter account or Twitter feed of defendant Diamante Kendrick?
It is.
All right. And what is that handle?
Yak Gotti, and that's spelled YAKGOTTY, or excuse me, GOTTI _
All right. Now, what is the date and time that photograph was posted?
January 10th, 2015 at 7:35 p.m.
Okay. All right. And is there a caption to this photograph that is depicted in 524 Yankee?
If I see that real quick. There is.
And what is it?
Y'all ends know me, Santana voice. Hashtag maniac back. All one word, spelled MANIACBACK with no punctuation in between the maniac and the back.
And is the photograph or the posting on the screen what you just read to and described for the jury, if we could blow it up a little?
Yes, that's it.
And the black box at the top with the date and time in it, is that the one that you were describing?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you. Were you also able to get the Twitter feed for a Quindarius Zachary?
I did. I found that as well.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee, consisting of 259 pages. And I'll ask you as I approach with part of that exhibit, if 526 Yankee is the Twitter feed that you obtained for Quindarius Zachary. Here's the remainder. Yeah, just, if you could just look at it and compare it with what you have.
All right.
So I feel like I also asked everybody to have their witnesses review these kind of things beforehand, so they didn't need to do them on the stand.
He reviewed the other side.
Okay, so if you previously reviewed this for your testimony, you don't need to do it again now.
Does 526 Yankee appear to be the Twitter feed that you captured for Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, that I saved. Yes, it is.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate reflection of the Twitter feed that you captured and saved for Quindarius Zachary?
It is.
State tenders 526 Yankee. Is
We
that
would
correct?
object on a variety of grounds. Number one, that it is hearsay. Number two, that it violates the confrontation clause. And number three, that there's been no authentication that these are legitimate Twitter records.
Okay, well,
There's-
that's not anything that we can sort out in this instant.
if the court will allow me, I have a
Why
response.
don't we move on to something else for a little while, and we'll deal with that over lunch as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Would the court allow me to
No, we'll deal with it
Okay.
over lunch.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank you. So DDA Sprinkle, when you reviewed the social media accounts for Quindarius Zachary, for Diamante Kendrick, for Shannon Stillwell, did you observe or did you review the social media accounts for any of the other persons in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Whose?
I believe,
And if you need to refresh your recollection, please do so.
okay, I believe Jeffrey Williams,
Okay?
I looked at his. Diamante Kendricks, we already discussed.
Okay?
Shannon Stillwell, or Shannon Jackson.
Okay.
That's all I can remember for right now.
Have you reviewed the social media account for Rodelius Ryan for any reason at all?
Yeah, I believe I did. It wasn't with regard to this investigation,
To
no.
it wasn't in regards to the Donovan Thomas investigation?
No.
Okay. Now, what information did you use from the social media accounts you just described to the jury that aided in your investigation?
Well, there was a lot of things. I mean, there's photos and videos that depict certain things, and these things, for example, would be who people.
Were
It
you
wouldn't.
able to see any associations that?
Yes.
aided in your
Objection as to
investigation?
hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah. I mean, if I see a photo, and I'm not naming anybody specifically, but if I take a look at a photo on a social media page, and I see that it depicts, say, 4 people, and they're all together and they appear cordial, then from that I can say, well, they at the very least were cordial in that instance. And if I see multiple photographs that show that, I'd say, well, it seems like that perhaps they're associates. And then from there I can continue to
Objection
delve.
to the speculation.
Overruled.
And then from there, if possible, I'd get a search warrant, and I'd be able to find communications. And if the communications concern some of these parties that appear together, then I would be able to glean a little bit more insight into their relationship.
Okay. And when gathering these social media pages and sites, are there phone numbers associated with them as well?
Yes.
All right. Did you look at any particular locations of interest as it related to those phone numbers that you gathered during your investigation? Without saying what you did, but did you look at, for instance, places like the Green Store?
I did.
All right. And did you look at, for instance, places
Objection
like?
to the leading question.
Sustained.
Did you look at residents?
I did.
Okay. Did you look at other businesses?
Yes.
All right. Did you look at restaurants?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you said that you have been to Sky House condominiums before, do you have to do anything to get inside?
I believe there was some. I believe there was some sort of controlled access.
Okay.
To get inside, I don't remember. I think it was Investigator Marissa Viverito.
I'm going to show you, we're looking at a portion, page 153 of a report that you did. Refresh your recollection.
Sure. Oh, yes. I see.
without talking about what it is.
Okay, I see that, yes.
So was there any sort of controlled access for Sky House condominiums,
Well, there was a call box.
Okay, and what does that call box, what do you have to do?
Well, you would call it in order to get access to the building. I just can't specifically remember if when I went there, I was required to do that, given that I went there in my capacity as a government employee.
Okay,
But I know that I identified that there was a call box, the number for that call box, et cetera.
was it controlled access?
Yes.
All right. Did you also look at the phone records for a 404-823-8553? And I'll ask you to, if you need to refresh your memory, I'll show you page 155 of the report that you authored.
Yes, I did. I looked at those.
All right. And who was that number registered to?
Objection, hearsay.
I can ask additional foundational questions. How did you obtain those call information, those call logs? Did you get or subpoena the call records from the telephone company?
I had those records, and I believe I obtained them from another investigator.
Okay. Now, would you tell the jury whether, when you spoke of looking at other incidents, whether any of those other incidents involved a artist by the name of Lil Wayne?
Yes.
And what incident was that you looked at?
There was a instance.
Objection, that's going to call for hearsay.
Overruled.
You may answer.
There was an incident in 2015 in which that Lil Wayne, I believe his name is Wayne Carter, when his tour bus, while traveling along the interstate, sustained ballistic damage from a firearm.
Okay. And did you obtain or look at any phone records provided by the lead detective in that case?
I did.
All right. What phone number was that?
That was the number that,
Just give me the net digits
Objection to hearsay.
for the
As
digits.
to the phone number involved? So it,
Yes.
the sustained, okay.
Your Honor, it's not making an assertion, we're just asking if you got a phone number, not who it belongs to.
You can ask a different question, but the phone number you asked, the question that you asked called for hearsay.
All right. Did you identify any numbers of interest while looking at that investigation?
I did.
And what number was that?
That would be hearsay. Objection.
Sustained.
Were you able to review the records for the number that you found pertinent to your investigation?
I did.
And did you observe or review communications made in those records?
The logs of incoming and outgoing calls and text messages, yes.
What number did you review incoming and outgoing calls and text messages from as it relates to that
Objection.
investigation?
That would be hearsay.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted. did you review the records for 770, or did you see in any of the records that you reviewed for 504-975-3904, communication with a number, and if you need to look on your report, let me know, 770-881-1440?
I did.
Okay. Were you able to determine anything about whether that call picked up or didn't pick up?
Well, yeah, it appeared to me that the call was answered.
Okay.
Actually, I take that back. I don't know that, I can't tell that it was answered. No, it's not apparent to me that that call was answered. No, I could just see there was an incoming call.
Okay. Just one minute. I'm going to now show you what has been Did you ever have an occasion to speak with anyone by the name of Kenya Morton without saying anything that that person said?
I did.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to speak with anyone who answered to a nickname Bushi?
Well, yes, that's Kenya Morton.
Okay. Were you ever able to review any calls made from the Fulton County Jail to a Kenya Morton?
I did.
And who were those calls made from?
Diamante Kendrick.
Were you able to review calls from the Fulton County Jail that involved a defendant Williams, a person identifying themselves as defendant Williams' sister, or Dolly?
Yes.
Okay. And who were you able, if you can recall, who were you able to review calls between Dolly, that Dolly had
Objection,
conversations
that's going to be
with?
hearsay.
Sustained.
were there any particular PIN numbers associated with persons who communicated with Dolly?
Yeah, it was Martinez Arnold.
Could also be hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you capture those calls?
Yes. If you mean by capture, or if you mean did I save them and preserve them, yes.
And did you bring to court with you recording discs that contain the data that you captured as it relates to phone calls and jail calls in this case?
I brought multiple discs
Okay.
that capture with the jail call recordings on them.
Okay. And which recordings did you bring to court with you that you captured?
Well, so the last time I was here, last week or the week before, there was calls to 404-957-8008. And I believe you have those. 'Cause, let's see. I also have calls to a 404-629-7604.
And these are calls from the Fulton County Jail to those numbers?
Yes, this would be a call or calls to the Fulton County Jail to 404-629-7604. 404-629-7604.
Okay.
I have calls associated with inmate Antonio Sledge.
And what number was,
Oh, those are those are just all calls that were either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently.
okay,
I have calls, Shannon Jackson, AKA Shannon Stillwell, calls either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently.
okay,
I have calls for Demekion Garlington, same thing, where they're the calls that either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently. Calls from Kenneth Copeland. These were actually placed from the federal facility, the federal jail in Clayton County. And well, it's not just Kenneth Copeland, it's other numbers that are of interest.
okay,
And I believe that's it,
okay.
apart from the ones that I already handed to you last time I was on
And
the
are
stand.
those that you handed to me last time in front of you to your right above the exhibits? Right in front?
Oh, here we go. Yes, yes, there are two. There's the Spencer calls that Spencer Wright called from the Atlanta City Jail and calls to 404-957-8008.
Did you also have an occasion to review any information related to an aerial Bax?
I did.
Did you ever speak with aerial Bax?
I did.
All right. And when did you speak with aerial Bax?
That would be on, matter of fact, I have that right here as well. That, and I'm going to refer to the disc with the interview to refresh my recollection. That would be on August 31st, 2018.
Okay. Did you see any communication going back to cell phone records between a number 470-262-2643 and 504-975-3904? And if you would refer to page 91 of your report if you need to refresh your memory.
The 2643 and what other number was that?
3904.
Yes, yes, I did.
Did you see communication between those two numbers?
Yes, I did.
Were there more than one calls exchanged between those numbers?
Yes.
Did you have in the file that you received from Detective Thorpe interviews, or were you aware of any interviews of anyone else that was conducted on the night or within hours of the Donovan Thomas murder, besides Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, the police spoke with multiple people that evening.
Okay. Just one second. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to reserve the opportunity to, after putting up a different witness, call this witness back to the stand. But at this time, this concludes this portion of the examination of this witness.
All right. Do any of the defendants want to cross-examine at this stage? All right, go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Mr. Sprinkle, good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. All right, as I understand it, and you and I have met before, is that true?
Yes.
All right. You are a deputy district attorney with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
I am.
You have been so employed, as you've indicated in your testimony, for since 2013. Does that sound about right?
2011.
2011. Okay. One of the things that you talked about initially, I think your testimony perhaps when you were here last, was your specific role in regards to reviewing case files.
Yes.
Recall that. I heard you say, and you tell me if this is accurate, that sometimes when a file comes to you from an investigating agency, that it is not always, in your words, complete.
Yes.
And you testified, did you not, that it would be your job or your duty, your responsibility to do some additional work. That may not be the word you use. You may have said investigation. I'm not sure.
I understand, yes. If it's not complete insofar as we don't believe that it would be appropriate to present it to a grand jury and subsequently a trial.
Right. Because, of course, your interest as an assistant district attorney is to make sure that cases are properly put before the court or put before a jury, true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you, one of your duties as a district attorney is to make sure that there is sufficient evidence or appropriate evidence presented in a case that goes before a court, goes before a jury, correct?
Yes.
All right. Because it is important to make sure that people who need to be prosecuted are prosecuted, right?
Yes.
It is important to make sure that people who should not be prosecuted are not prosecuted.
That's correct.
You do not want, and your duty, I believe, encompasses this, you do not want to have someone charged or arrested or their freedom taken for an offense that they did not commit. True?
Your Honor, as an answer in
Overruled.
Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. And so I want to talk to you about a number of things, but I want to start by asking if I'm correct that when you came into this case, in 2016, the case had already been with Detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe, right?
That's correct. Those were the detectives that primarily were the ones that I knew of that had been working on it, yes.
Work had already been done on the case as far as you knew.
Yes.
In fact, people had already been arrested in this case.
Yes.
And I'm talking specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder.
That's right.
All right. Because that's what you were looking at.
That's right.
And so you knew by the time that you came into this that there were 4 people who were sitting in the Fulton County Jail who had been charged by the detectives whose name we've just referenced with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
That's
You knew
correct.
that. Kenneth Copeland, Shannon Stillwell, who else?
Antonio Sledge and Demiki Garlington.
All right. Those people, as far as you knew when you picked up this file, had already been investigated by the detectives, true?
That's true.
And by the way, you had worked previously. I mean, you knew who detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe were. You know who they were.
Yeah, I knew who they were, yes.
You'd worked with them previously,
I had.
right? And so you came into this with people arrested, believing that the work had been done properly to have these 4 folks in the Fulton County Jail, all right?
Well, that was my hope.
Right, right. That turned out not to be the case, right?
Correct.
In fact, tell me if this is right. I think you testified to this, that there was the interview of this gentleman named Spencer Wright in, what was it, October the 19th of 2015?
That sounds right, yes.
All right. And that
2015. Did you say 2015?
2015.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that interview was done by Detective Thorpe, correct?
Correct.
And the next day, the 20th, is when Detective Thorpe went in front of a judge and got an arrest warrant for the 4 people whose names we've just mentioned.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
All right. And those 4 people were arrested and put in jail as a result of the investigative work that had been done by those detectives whose names we've just referenced.
Well, when you say those detectives, I would not, Detectives Gaither and Dennis, I wouldn't group them into that. It was Detective Thorpe that was the affiant on the arrest warrants for the Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Jackson, AKA Mr. Stillwell.
Right. So one person swore out the warrant. That was Detective Thorpe, right?
That's correct.
But you're certainly aware that over the course of the investigation from January of 2015 to the time that Thorpe went and took out that arrest warrant in October of 2015, that he had communication and collaboration with Detectives Dennis and Detective Gaither. You know that, right?
Well, he sat in on interviews with them, some of these interviews that we've discussed or I discussed on direct. So, yeah, and they work for the same agency. So, yes, I would say yes.
All right, and looking at your, what you've termed, maybe we've termed, the Sprinkle Report, right, where you kind of reviewed this case, looking at that report, you know that there were times when, for example, Thorpe would go and consult with either Gaither or Dennis about a particular individual that they were investigating. True?
I don't, it would seem like it would seem that would be the common sense thing that would have happened. And I'm not trying to be difficult, but I don't know what kind of, I don't know what kind of conversations Detective Thorpe had with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis.
Okay, well, here's a for instance. You know that there were interviews of Kenneth Copeland where Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis were all present.
Yes.
Right? And in fact, what was it, 9-10 hours worth of interviews of Kenneth Copeland?
There was one interview that was over 9 hours long. So, and there were multiple interviews with him. So it was over 9 hours. It suffices to say.
Right. So getting back to my, the question I asked a little while ago, you certainly had information that these 3 detectives, Thorpe may have been the one who took out the warrant, right?
Yes.
But these 3 detectives were in contact and communication with each other in regards to Donovan Thomas's murder. You knew that.
Yes.
All right. And ultimately, what happened is that they arrested the wrong people, didn't they?
Vagueness and the word they.
Okay. Ultimately, the Detective Thorpe with the Atlanta Police Department, after consulting or talking to Gaither and Dennis, took out for these 4 individuals, charged the wrong people with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
To that question, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you, one of the things that you did when you first began to kind of look into what had happened in this matter is that you realized, and you said this in your report, if I'm wrong, maybe I'm reading it wrong, you correct me, okay?
Okay.
But one of the things that you said in your report is that it seemed as though the arrest of these individuals, by the way, these folks were arrested. I mean, they weren't just like suspected. They were actually put in jail, right?
We got that.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask your question.
All right, get in there. You said that this was almost entirely based on the statement of Mrs. Spencer Wright,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And it turned out that Detective Thorpe, or whoever else was involved, did a ridiculously poor job of vetting or looking into Spencer Wright's statement. Isn't that true?
Well, there was surveillance video that Mr. Wright said he was a specific place, and there was video that would have showed whether or not he was there. That apparently was not inspected very closely prior to obtaining arrest warrants.
All right, well, in terms of not investigated fully, Spencer Wright, Thorpe spoke to Spencer Wright on the 19th of October, all right?
Yes.
Now, when you came into the case, one of the first things that you thought to do was to really examine the statement from Mr. Wright. Is that true?
Yes.
And you did so,
I did.
and you spoke to him.
I did.
One of the second or third things that you did, right, just using some common sense, was to go and look for video around the location where you thought Spencer Wright would have been, right?
That's right.
And you did that.
I did.
And you were able to find it.
I was.
And it was pretty easy.
It was.
Detective Thorpe, before arresting folks based on your words, almost entirely the statement of Spencer Wright, never took the time to even go look for video where Spencer Wright supposedly would have been, did he?
Well, that I don't know. You would have to ask Detective Thorpe that.
Well, did you? Did you ask Detective Thorpe that?
Oh. I'm sure I did.
Let me guess. The answer was that he had not done it, right?
I remember the answer he gave at the preliminary hearing about the video.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. When you come into the case in 2016, was there any video that had been procured from that location
Which,
by Detective Thorpe? Where the bus stop, where Spencer Wright
Yes.
would have been?
yes,
Was there?
there was a video camera, and in the viewable area of that camera was the bus stop where Mr. Wright said that he was standing at the time of the homicide.
Right. Had anyone gotten that video?
Yes.
Who did?
It was, the specific investigator was probably either Frederick Page or Teague, Jason Teague, but ultimately it wound up in the possession of Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Before these 4 individuals were arrested or after?
Before.
Okay. And so even having the videotape that you looked at and that you made a determination was pivotal in the arrest or in the case, even having that information, Detective Thorpe still went ahead and swore out the warrant for the wrong people on October the 20th?
That's right.
So after you realized that Thorpe had not done what should have been done in the case, right? You went a little bit further and you got some recorded phone calls of Spencer Wright, true?
I did.
And you were able to listen to those calls. And I'm not asking you what was said, but the contents of those calls, you were able to listen to those, right?
I did.
And those were also instrumental in convincing you that here we are in 2016, that the wrong decision had been made by the detective, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, would I be correct, sir, that you then, realizing as an assistant district attorney, charged with the duties that we've just talked about, used all deliberate speed at that point and said, you know what? Detectives messed it up, got the wrong people in jail. We got to get them out of jail right now.
Yeah, well, I disclosed all of this to the defense attorneys at the time. I can't remember if well, Antonio Sledge got out of jail pretty quick because that case was just thrown out at the preliminary hearing. The other ones, I would have to review the record. I know that, well, I'll just leave it at that. If they were in jail, I don't know if it was just on this or other things. I just don't know.
Okay. Did you do, what do you call it down here in Fulton? Is it an NPGJ, not presented to the grand jury when you dismiss a case?
Yeah, it's a form. It's, I don't know what I don't remember what it basically says we're not presenting the case. The evidence is not sufficient. We're not presenting, that is, the DA's office is not presenting the case to the grand jury at this time.
Okay. And so when you realized what had happened in this case, did you file such a form?
Well, so that would have been the elected DA at the time, Paul Howard, that would have authorized or maybe have even signed that himself. But Kenneth Copeland, well, no, I believe that was done with Kenneth Copeland.
Mm-hmm. When?
I don't recall the date.
Does 2017 sound about right?
Yes,
Okay.
it does. I don't that. Again, I don't recall the exact date, but that does sound about right. Mr. Sledge, his was thrown out like January of 2016, I believe, whenever the preliminary hearing was. Mm-hmm. And as far as Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, aka Mr. Stillwell's, was never thrown out. And as for Mr. Garlington, I don't know. I don't know if there was an MPGJ filed on him or not. There should have been.
Okay. As you're reviewing the evidence in the case, and we've just talked about Spencer Wright and that information, you talked earlier and you were asked questions about this other video that you looked for. Remember that?
I did.
And you remember a little while ago you were asked questions about video from the Texaco gas station.
Yes.
Okay. You remember, and I think you testified that there was this video that you received, or that you were able to review, of vehicles at the Texaco gas station not far from the barbershop around the time that the incident occurred, right?
That's correct.
You talked earlier, if I'm right, about this Pontiac Bonneville, right?
That's correct.
You talked about other vehicles that you saw, correct?
Correct.
You talked about individuals that you saw there at the at that gas station, right?
That's correct.
You were asked by the prosecutor whether you saw Kenneth Copeland on any of those videos. Remember that question?
I do remember it.
Your answer was no.
That's right.
Because you did not see Kenneth Copeland at that gas station, that Texaco, sometime around the time that the murder occurred, right?
That's correct.
Right. You weren't asked, so I'm going to ask you, whether you saw Jeffrey Williams on that video at the Texaco at around the time that the murder occurred.
Okay.
Did you?
No, I didn't see Jeffrey Williams on there, no.
And you looked at the entirety of the video, right?
I did.
I think I heard you say that on all, I don't know if you said all of them, a lot of the videos, you went back and you looked at them multiple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So January 10th, 2015, somewhere between, let's say, 6-something and 6:50 and 7:30, the time that you looked at the Texaco, Jeffrey Williams is not on any video, getting out of any car, getting into any car at the Texaco down the street from the barbershop. True?
That's true.
Okay. I heard you say that one of the things that interested you when you looked at that video at the Texaco is that you saw an infinity. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And you became interested in doing some additional research or investigation on that infinity vehicle. You remember that?
I do, but actually, I think that if we're talking about when I decided to do certain things, I may have actually conducted additional research on the Infinity before it caught my attention on the Texaco footage. I can't remember the exact, but just to be precise, yeah, I mean, it was probably around that time, but yeah.
But one of the things that we know for a fact is that you determined that you wanted to get more information about this rental vehicle, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you did. You and or your investigator made contact with the folks at Hertz, right?
It started with me when I sent the subpoena to Hertz. And then after that, after receiving some documents from a woman named Carolyn Fry, then I asked David White to travel to the location where the vehicle was rented and speak with the staff at that location.
Okay. So let me ask you some very specific questions about any information that you gleaned about that rental vehicle. You testified earlier that one of the things you were able to determine is that the vehicle was rented in the name of Jeffrey Williams. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Right. You were not able to determine who it was that actually rented the vehicle, just that it was in the name of Jeffrey Williams. Isn't that right?
It was in the name of Jeffrey Williams, his driver's license number, and a signature. There's a signature as well.
Now, tell me the date that that vehicle was rented.
From what I remember, January 7th, 2015.
All right, so that would have been 3 days before January 10th of 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, tell me, if you can, who had possession of that vehicle on January the 8th of 2010?
2015?
What did I say, 2010? 2015, yes.
Yes, I don't know.
You don't know who had possession of that vehicle on January the 9th of 2015, do you?
I do not know.
And you certainly don't know who had possession of the vehicle, no personal knowledge of who had possession of that vehicle on January the 10th, 2015.
If we're talking about actual possession, the
Actual
person,
possession.
then no, I do not know.
Okay. You never, strike that. By the time you came into this case, that rental vehicle, I mean, it had been at this point, what, a year since the incident? We're talking January of 2016 is when you're in this case?
Yes, I obtained the records from Hertz in 2016. It would have been over a year. It would have been around April of 2016 when I obtained the records from Hertz.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about some of the things you did not do, okay?
Okay.
You referenced earlier there were a lot of numbers being, phone numbers being kind of, I don't want to say thrown at you, but, you know, put in front of you in terms of, well, you were able to get information on this phone number and that phone number, the frequency of communication. Is that, you remember those questions?
I do.
And you did, in fact, have the ability to procure phone records by way of either subpoena or search warrant or court order.
That's correct.
Okay? You were able to get a lot of different phone numbers on people that you thought or individuals you thought might have been of some interest in the case. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. You also, when you get those, when you request those phone records, you have the ability to request cell site or cell tower information, correct?
That's correct.
Now, and I know you're not an expert, but you are familiar with utilizing, maybe with an expert, cell site and cell tower information to try and make a determination as to where someone might have, or where a phone might have been at a particular time. True?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with plotting cell phone records. I'm not like an FBI CAS team member or anything like that, but I can hold my own.
Right. So having listened to Kenneth Copeland's statements, and you did that, all right? Mm-hmm. Having listened to his statements, one of the things that you would have wanted to do, I presume, I'm asking, is try and determine whether or not you could corroborate certain information in his statement. Is that about right?
That's about right.
All right. He gave, like we said, at least one 9-hour statement, and he gave a lot of statements. There was a lot to listen to from Kenneth Copeland.
Yes.
Right. And he gave information that you would have used to follow up in your investigation.
That's correct.
Right. The name Demekian Garlington came up in your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. There was this reference in listening to Kenneth Copeland's statements. There was this reference to a conversation, phone calls that he would have had with Garlington, right?
That's correct.
And it would have been some interest to you to figure out whether or not what Kenneth Copeland was saying, not just about that, but everything was corroboratable, was true.
Yes.
Right? Or whether Kenneth Copeland was lying to y'all, lying to the detectives, not y'all, because he had already been interviewed, right?
Right, that's right.
Because you considered him to be a pivotal witness in the case.
Yes.
Right? And some of the things that he said you would have considered to be pivotal things that you wanted to follow up on, right?
Yes.
And if you have a witness, just like Spencer Wright, for example, if you have a witness who you think has pivotal information, but that witness is proven to be a liar, that's something that you want to know in regards to the investigation, true?
That's true.
And one of the things you could have done in regards to Kenneth Copeland and any statements he said, phone calls he said he may have had with someone named Demekian Garlington, is you could have gotten Garlington's phone records to determine whether or not those communications took place, right?
That is correct.
And also where Mr. Garlington was to see whether that comports with what Kenneth Copeland said, right?
That is correct.
Now, you got Kenneth Copeland's information, his phone information, right?
I did.
You got his location, so you knew, or at least the phone, where that phone was at certain times on the night of January 10th, 2015, right?
Well, to be specific, what you see with tower data is the tower and the side of the tower that the phone
Sure.
utilized. That can be a pretty large area. In a city with a lot of cell phone towers everywhere, you get a little bit of a better idea, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that it's not the exact location of the phone.
Sure. Not the exact, I mean, we can't pinpoint within feet or maybe not even within a block, but it was important enough to you to get that information on Kenneth Copeland, on the phone that you thought was being used by Kenneth Copeland, right?
Yes.
Now, you did reach out to get information on Garlington's phone, or what you thought was Garlington's phone, right?
There was a number that I thought may have been Garlington's number.
Sure.
And I believe I referenced that in my report. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was maybe a Sprint number, or maybe I can't remember exactly. It wasn't in his name. I was never the short answer to your question is I was never able. They're very easy to get. You don't need probable cause for those, but to get location data, you need probable cause. And I remember. From what I recall, I didn't think that I had probable cause to get tower location data for this number. Usually I'll try to do something like, there's a number of things, like if I find a jail call to the number and I hear the voice that picks up, I say, oh, well, that corroborates that number is in fact that person's number. Or if somebody cites it on their Instagram page and says, call me on this number, that's gonna get me to probable cause that that's that number. But if it's just that it's in temporal proximity, and I think there was another issue with the retention period of the number. I don't. All I know is I didn't think I had probable cause. I never got probable cause to get the tower records.
Let's work backwards a little bit, right? Let's start with this. When you sent out the request for the records that you thought was a number to Demikian Garlington.
Yes.
You requested those records specifically without tower usage logs, right?
I did.
Okay. Now, you had previously requested records for what you thought was Kenneth Copeland's phone number with the tower usage logs, right?
I don't know that it was me that did that. It may have been investigator or Detective Dennis that did that.
Right. But one thing that you knew, I mean, you honed in on the fact that there was supposedly this call between Kenneth Copeland and Demikian Garlington, and they were supposed to be at a specific place on the night of January 10th, 2015. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Right. And so you had listened to Kenneth Copeland's statements, and you knew from Copeland's statements that he made reference to a Garlington, who was an important witness to you, right?
It was.
Right. You knew that Copeland had made reference in his hours of statements about this conversation and the location of Garlington, who was an important witness. You knew that,
That's right.
right? And so you still didn't think that that was enough for you to go ahead and try to verify whether Kenneth Copeland was lying through his teeth or not by getting Garlington's tower usage logs.
I will say one other thing.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All right, Mrs. Sprinkle, so I'll just ask the question just very simply. Bottom line is, I am correct when I say that that you requested the information on Mr. Garlington's phone, but you requested those without the tower usage logs. Is that true?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you something about a picture that we looked at a little bit earlier. All right. Remember the picture that the state put up? I think it was States 510 and DS 44. You have those in front of you?
I do.
Do you mind if I step up and take a quick look at them? May I, Judge? All right. May I, Ms. Sprinkle?
There you go.
I wasn't clear earlier, so I want to see if I can clear this up. You've been to what's been termed the Sky House, right?
That's correct.
As in, you have been there to the building, right?
That's correct.
Have you been inside to the individual units in there?
I have not.
So you've not stood inside of the Sky House in front of a window and looked out the window to observe what the skyline that you can see or what the view is you can see from a particular window, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so those pictures that you saw earlier, you've seen the pictures before, right?
I have.
But you have not stood in the vantage point of the person in that picture to be able to say, this is someone looking out the window of the Sky House.
That's right. I have not.
Now, although the bulk of the work that you did was in regards to the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas. Am I correct about that?
That is correct.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions about some other matters. Specifically, you were asked some questions about this Lil Wayne tour bus shooting business. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. Would I be correct in saying that what you know about that is information that you received from Detective Raisi and any other detectives or investigators involved in the case?
Yes, Detective Raissi, David Raisi. He, last I heard, was with the ATF.
Okay. You spoke to him and you got some information from him, correct?
I did.
You were not intimately involved in any investigation of that portion at all, true?
That's true.
You were asked a question earlier, though, about a phone number.
I was.
The prosecutor asked you about a 770-881-1440 phone number. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. That is a phone number that you looked at while you were looking at this whole Lil Wayne tour bus business. True?
I don't know if that, I don't know if that number caught my attention because of the Lil Wayne tour bus
Okay.
incident.
Do you know who Clifford Harris is?
Yes.
T.I.?
Yes.
Okay. That's his number, ain't it?
Yes, that's what I found. That I
Okay.
concluded, yes.
And if I heard you correctly, that's a phone call to that number that may have been picked up, may not have been picked up, but ultimately doesn't have any significance to you in regards to this investigation. True?
I mean, just that it was an incoming call at 7:30 p.m. on January 10th, 2015.
That's it.
That's right.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me jump back a little bit, if you don't mind, to the whole Sky House business. One of the things you were asked was whether or not there is controlled access at the Sky House. You remember that question?
I do.
Your answer ultimately was yes, right?
That's correct.
But the truth is, you referenced that there was what you believe to be a call box at that location.
That's right. There was a call box, a number that I identified. I just can't recall. There's obviously going to be controlled access.
Why do you say obviously?
Well, I mean, to get into the individual units, and there was a call box for which I identified a number. I just don't recall where the controlled access point was. Like, do you need one to get into the parking garage? Do you need one to get into the building? I just don't remember. From my personally going out there, I just don't remember.
Sure, and that's really what I want you to testify to, your personal knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is, you don't have any recollection as to whether or not there's any particular way to get in a gate, or whether there is a gate that you have to get buzzed in or anything like that. You don't know that, do you?
That I don't remember. I don't know if it's like the building, the door to the lobby was open, and then from there, or you had to get buzzed up. I just don't remember.
Okay, so the truth is, in talking about the Sky House and the access to the Sky House, you're really not in a position to tell this jury that, yes, there's a controlled access and there's a certain way to get in there. You just don't know.
I just don't remember. Like I said, I'm sure, I know that there was some sort of control. I just don't know if it started at like the lobby door or in the parking garage. I just don't know.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall, you had an opportunity to listen to statements by various individuals in this case. Now I'm going to hone in on Quindarius Zachary. You had a chance to listen to his statement?
I did.
Okay. And you're aware that Detective Dennis had a conversation with Quindarius Zachary, is that right?
He and I both, well, there were a couple of them. During one of them, he and I both did.
You sat in, right, on one, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm asking whether or not you had an opportunity to listen to any statements between Mr. Zachary and Dennis prior to your involvement in the case.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Judge, may I have one moment, please? All right, Mrs. Sprinkle. I'll give it a second, I have a chance to gather some more stuff. All right. I want to ask you about phone calls,
Okay.
and specifically about phone records that you were able to examine. Now, you obtained records for numbers that you believe belong to Jeffrey Williams, is that right? And I'm talking now, I want to hone in, right? I'm speaking specifically in January of 2015.
That's right.
Okay. You obtained numbers that you believe belong to Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. You obviously, as we've discussed before, obtained numbers that you believe belong to Kenneth Copeland.
Yes. Well, Kenneth Copeland, I believe that was somebody else, but when you say you obtain, I'm speaking, what I'm saying is I reviewed records. So either I or a DA's office investigator obtained them or some law enforcement investigator obtained them, or if I obtained them via subpoena, et cetera.
Sure. And I don't, and listen, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. And when I'm saying you obtained, I'll tailor it. You had a chance to review.
Yes.
Okay. You had a chance to review phone records that you believe belong to, as we talked about before, Mr. Demikian Garlington. Is that right?
There were records for Demikian Garlington. Yes, but they didn't cover the night of the murder. But yes, there was also, and I think we talked about this already, a number that I found in Mr. Copeland's phone records that I believed was Demikian Garlington's, but I never got to probable cause.
So here's my question, right? Focusing now on Jeffrey Williams, the number you believe belonged to Jeffrey Williams.
There were a few.
And Kenneth Copeland, all right?
Okay.
There are, and I'm talking now about the night of the murder, January 10, 2015. There are 0 calls, and I mean 0 as in nothing, none, zilch. 0 calls between Kenneth Copeland and Jeffrey Williams. Isn't that true?
That sounds correct to me. There's the phone records can be voluminous, so I'm going off of my memory from. I feel like I would have remembered something like that. I'm also refreshing my recollection by looking at my report from the excerpts I placed in the report, and specifically I included Kenneth Copeland's phone records, the relevant portion from the night of the murder, and matter of fact, I'm looking at it right now. Yes, there are no phone calls to Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. What about phone calls between Demekian Garlington and Jeffrey Williams?
No, I don't believe so either. No,
0 phone calls.
that's right.
Okay. Wiretaps. Did you have the ability to seek any wiretaps in this case?
No, we certainly had the ability to seek it, but we never did.
Okay, and I'm talking specifically, and you said we, but I'm speaking specifically now about Jeffrey Williams. No wiretap of any phone. You never sought any wiretap of Jeffrey Williams' phone, did you?
No, we never did.
I want to, so we've talked about what you've done in regards to the Donovan Thomas matter. We've talked about this tour bus shooting thing that you didn't really have anything to do with. I do want to jump back and ask you a question on a name that you mentioned earlier, Sammy Davis.
Okay.
Okay, Sammy Davis was someone that you spoke to.
He was.
Okay, that was someone who was supposedly at the location or somewhere close to the location on the when the incident occurred. And we're talking about January 10, 2015, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had a conversation with him in 2016.
I believe it was 2017.
2017. Okay. Without saying what that person said, actually strike that. One moment, please, Judge. You mentioned earlier, Mr. Sprinkle, Twitter records that you were able to, and I guess it's called X now, but Twitter records you were able to retrieve in regards to individuals in this case, or that you looked at, true?
That is correct.
Did I hear you say that you reviewed Jeffrey Williams's Twitter records and Twitter history?
I was aware that Mr. Williams had a Twitter page. I don't recall how closely I examined his Twitter page, though.
Okay. So you would not be in a position to tell this jury that there's anything about his Twitter page that you reviewed in regards to January 10th of 2015?
Well, if I did, it's not something that made an imprint on me such that I remember it. So I would say no, there was nothing.
Right, and because you are charged with reviewing and making determinations about what you think is important or pivotal in the case, if there was something there, that would certainly stick out in your mind.
Yes,
And it does not.
that's right.
If I may have one moment, Judge, I may be, give me one moment, please. do have something that I wanted to jump back to. Remember we talked a little while ago about Mr. Copeland giving a statement about a conversation between he and Garlington the night of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. You recall from listening to Copeland's statement that he references that the night of the incident, he's supposedly at the McDonald's and he makes a phone call to Garlington, right?
Yeah. That's right.
And you recall from his statement that Copeland also says that he ended up in a vehicle with Garlington and McMullen. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, looking back again at judging the veracity of the statements people give to you, specifically now Copeland, you were able to determine that at the time when Copeland says that he is in a car with Garlington, that Garlington's phone, or the phone you think is Garlington's phone, is actually calling Copeland's phone at that time. You remember that?
No, I'm not sure. You must be referencing Mr. Copeland's cell phone call data records, and there's a phone call at a specific time that somehow occurs at a time when I don't know. Is that what you're talking about?
That is. Let me see if I can break it down anymore. Copeland gives a statement saying that he spoke to Garlington on the night of the incident, right?
Yes.
Copeland gives a statement saying that at some point he's in a vehicle with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen. True?
That is correct.
All right. Looking at the phone records, right, at the time when Copeland says he is in a car with McMullen and Garlington, you actually see phone calls between Garlington's number and Copeland's number when they're supposedly in a car with each other, right?
Well, so first of all, what number are we talking? Would you like me to say which number I believe may have been Demiki and Garlington's?
Sure. Go ahead and tell me what number you're talking about.
It was 404-621-0102. That would have been the pretty much the only number during that immediate aftermath of the homicide with which he was in contact. And there were routed calls. Well, I won't get into that, but I had some what I believe to be limited tower location data for that 404-621-0102. But the calls, there was an inbound call where that Naisha, 404-621-0102 rather, 621-0102 called Kenneth Copeland at 7:51 p.m. and 36 seconds on January 10th, 2015.
Right.
Now, you'll see, now again, if in fact that was Mr. Garlington's number, there were some routed calls that were between, but a routed call is not necessarily a communication between the two numbers. It could be a call, an attempted call that wasn't completed. So, but as you would have to ask Mr. Copeland, about those phone calls and where he was, and if Mr. Garlington was actually in the car with them, or he was inside, the convenience store or the McDonald's or wherever it was they said they were. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, okay. Let me ask you if you know this. All right. Again, we agree that according to Copeland, he, McMullen, and Garlington are in a car together, right?
That's what Mr. Copeland said. Yes.
Okay. And there is a phone call. Let's not talk about Copeland. Let's talk about Garlington and McMullen. Mm-hmm. There is a phone call between Garlington's phone. That's the one that you've referenced, the 0102, right? That's
right.
What you believe is Garlington's phone, right?
Is that yes?
And there is a phone call that connects between Garlington and McMullen's phone at the time when they're supposedly in the car together, according to Copeland.
That, again, I don't know where they, I know that they were in close temporal proximity, or spatial proximity, I should say, at the time of these, according to Mr. Copeland. As to whether they were actually in the immediate confined space and they hadn't like parted ways temporarily and one is calling the other, I don't know. You would have to, again, I don't know if they were within 3 feet of each other at the time of these phone calls. All I know is that they were within 3 feet. They were very close to each other during this time period, at least temporarily, and where they were, if they were walking around a parking lot, I just don't know.
Safe to say that verifying anything that Mr. Copeland says is true proved to be a Herculean task for you, huh?
Well, I just tried to find things that were like obviously inconsistent. Like, for example, with Spencer Wright, where I just looked at the video and I saw nobody was at the bus stop. I said, well, you know, that's obviously a pretty big inconsistency in a statement. That's all I was trying to do with Kenneth Copeland. And I didn't, as far as the phone records are concerned, I didn't see anything that was wildly inconsistent or that completely contradicted him at all.
You know, something you said earlier when we were talking about the phones, you said that you're not an expert, but you have pretty significant experience with kind of looking at cell tower locations and if not plotting, at least trying to make a determination, reading those records.
Yes.
To determine where a particular phone may have been at a particular time, right?
That's right.
And it's fair to say, again, without asking you for an engineering or technological type answer, that, you know, those records that you look at that give you the distance or location of a phone is not an exact science. It's within miles, right?
It could. I mean, potentially,
Yeah.
it could be. In a populated area with a lot of cell phone towers, it'd be very odd to use a tower that's miles away from you. That may be something more in a rural area that you might see. But one thing I will say is, no, it's not an exact science.
Yeah, and
particularly the records at issue here, where it's just, from what I remember, it's just tower usage and sides of the tower.
Right.
Meaning you're using this tower and you're using the antenna pointing this way. That's a big area.
And of course, we're talking about the city of Atlanta, which is very populous, and we're also talking about things like a call bouncing off of one tower or being routed to another tower because of the traffic, the cell tower, the cell traffic at that time. And the bottom line is that, you know, you could be if you're trying to pinpoint where one phone is at a particular time, you could be a block off, a mile off. It all depends.
Yes.
True?
That's true, yeah.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I have.
We're going to break for lunch at this point, and let's see. Let's come back at 2 for the jury. We will be back well before then. The rest of us. All right, Mr. Sprinkle, we'll see you back at 2 also. Okay, I know that the defendants' lunches are here, and I'm going to propose that we take a short break for them to eat and for maybe us to eat, I don't know, but that we come back in about a half an hour. Let me get a little bit of clarification. So I know that the state at about 11:40 this morning sent over what they want to have reconsidered with regard to either agreed upon or ruled upon redactions from Mr. Zachary's interview. And I'm not quite clear exactly what, are you saying that all of these things were previously either agreed or ruled out as redacted and you want each of them to now be reconsidered? And I don't want to get into the substance, I'm just, is that, you sent like several different ones. Is that what it's going to be with regard to each of them?
Some of them, the court said that it needed additional.
Foundation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so you think either for those, foundation has been laid, or we need to take that up now, and then for others, you want reconsideration. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Now, I had held a ruling on Mr. Zachary's Twitter feed that was states 526. Are you intending to introduce that such that we would need to take up the various objections that I believe Mr. Adams made, or no?
The Twitter feed, I would be, yes.
Yes, okay. So is that something that we've not looked at all before now?
What do you mean, Your Honor?
Quindarius Zachary's, I mean, it looked to be pretty thick. That's all of his Twitter posts
It is.
for a
and
certain amount of time?
It is.
Okay. And is that something that the defense has seen previously?
It's been served in discovery.
Okay.
We have not had a chance to.
We haven't had like an evidentiary, okay.
We've
so-
not, and if I may just add, we also were not put on notice. The court had requested that they give us the list of the witnesses and the exhibits that are expected to come in through those witnesses. That was not in the list of exhibits for Mrs. Sprinkle's testimony.
Okay, so I mean, this is a voluminous record, is that fair?
It has 259 pages.
Okay, so I'd call that voluminous. So how are we supposed to just off the cuff deal with what may and may not be admissible in that?
Because I have a set and small number of specific ones that I intended to actually publish. I just wanted him to, I mean, I tendered the whole thing because he got it, but I can distill it down and abide by whatever the court's ruling is.
So could you share with us all of the, whatever parts you think actually you would like to have admitted and
Absolutely.
published?
Yes. There,
I mean, can you do that from now on without me having to beg you to do that?
Your Honor, the court does not have to beg me for
Okay,
anything.
I
and
mean,
will do.
let's just have it be sort of a standard, which I thought would have been clear anyway, but is apparently not, that you make it clear to everybody what parts of what exhibits you want in evidence so that we can then, if there are evidentiary challenges to them, be able to sensibly discuss those. Is that something you can do for the court and for the opposing counsel in this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. So can you right now let us know so that while we're having our half hour, we can take a look at all of that?
Sure can, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the objections, as stated already, generally were hearsay, confrontation clause, and authentication. There's not going to be a confrontation clause issue. People's Twitter posts are not testimonial. But with regard to authentication and hearsay, I don't know if
He can set the foundation and he can,
he can authenticate these.
I believe that.
Okay,
we can-
maybe. All right, and then there may. Okay, so let us know. How are you gonna let us know that? Because can you email to everybody the portions, or how are we gonna?
I can give you the specific page numbers.
Okay, and everybody else has a copy.
Everybody has this. Yes. When you say everybody else has a copy, I'm not sure what the court means.
Of, if you give page numbers, they have a copy so that they'll be able to easily find and look at what that is?
If they scroll, if they look at the,
Do
that
you
they
remember?
have.
They have a link. Do you remember which link it is?
Yeah.
Can you let us know that, or at least them know that?
I'll just yes, I can. I can,
Resending it would be great, and then pinpointing.
And perhaps telling us where it is in the discovery.
No, she's going to resend it, which would be easier.
Okay.
Okay, so you will do that and be specific about what parts you want in. All right, Mr. Shart, you had asked in the midst kind of all of the objections that the court give an instruction about the blank box. Is that something that you still want me to do, that the box was blank at the court's instruction because we didn't at that point have anything establishing the date, or?
Yes, I would very much appreciate the court giving
Okay.
that instruction.
And that was
because
states 44, I mean, not states, I'm sorry, Mr. Stillwell 44?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
I can check. I'll approach and look at the evidence and confirm.
Okay, and so I'll just tell them that it was at the court's direction that the box was blank because it hadn't at the time been established what the box meant.
Your Honor,
Will
may I-
that work? Yes, no?
Yes, that would be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that requirement of the court was not on the defendants. They objected to that box being shown. The state had no objection. So in as much as the objection leveled by Mr. Stillwell is what the court based that on, and the state did not have an objection, and the state actually explained what it was, and Mr. Stillwell could have very well put that date in the box.
No, Mr. Stillwell could not have at that point. There was an objection to it. I will give that instruction, and I'm also going to instruct that the state may not in any way attempt to argue that Mr. Stillwell was trying to hide anything by having that box on there blank. Understand? And I'm not saying you would, but just want to make that clear. Understand?
Oh, I think, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I would also, let's see. So we're going to deal with the Twitter feed issues and the reconsideration of Zachary's things. Anything else?
The additional crime scene photos
Your Honor,
from Mr. Atkins?
I don't know if we'll get to that or not.
Okay.
When would that be coming in?
not it. Go ahead.
Your Honor, those probably won't even come in until the next week or the week after
Well, they
next,
may not be
depending.
coming in at all.
Well,
but
if they are to come in, it would be in about 2 weeks from now.
Okay, and so like, you said, or somebody said that the CADs with regard to those had already come in. Can y'all be a little more specific about what those are gonna be crime scene photos of? And why, like what crime scenes and why? I know, Miss Love, you said, oh, you put them back because of witnesses that you had to add back in. Can you give me a little more specificity about the?
So at the you want to know the actual
Crime scenes.
Okay.
And then why did you have to add those witnesses back in?
Well, the why was when counsel for
Was it because you were establishing who lived at places and they were gonna object unless you brought the person in?
that was half of it. The other
Okay.
half was that they objected to any of the
Chain of custody, I remember.
right. So,
Anything
right.
beyond that?
Yes. So I'm pulling up the actual
Okay.
incident number.
I mean, if you want to just give me an address, like the so-and-so crime
But-
scene.
But these photos, Your Honor, were not produced in discovery.
I
no.
understand.
Okay,
I'm
thank
going
you.
to get to that. I'm just trying to get a little bit of basis for what we're even talking about.
So it was 717 Cedar Avenue. I don't have the date on that in front of me.
Well, one was 2014, one was 2015, one was 2019, as I understand it. Which was that?
That was 2014.
Okay.
And that was based on an objection about the Nibin hits. And then there was the 807 Prior and 193 Hendricks shooting, which I think was that was in 2015. That was one of the retaliatory shootings. And then there was the 2019 one regarding Milton Howard in in Rayshawn Lucci Bennett's vehicle
Where?
on the road. It was, the specific address was,
This is something there was just testimony about last week. Yes, no?
oh, yes, I'm sorry, I thought you, yes. That was rhetorical.
Okay, well, in any event, you say you added witnesses back because of needing to establish who lived where and the chain of custody, I guess, for like bullets and shells and things like that. But if the photos themselves were never provided, which is what Mr. Adkins represented in his email, then why should they come in now?
Your Honor, so as it relates to the scene, we believe that it's relevant information that does not unfairly prejudice anyone, as the incidents themselves are very much a part of the discovery that we've provided.
But the crime scene photos aren't, right?
Your Honor, I believe based on, I believe that they have not, but I will make certain that they've not. I believe that
Well,
they have not
Mr.
been.
Adkins represented that they hadn't.
And I have
so-
no reason not to
Okay, so
believe.
you check on that in our 30 minutes or so that we're going to have, and you can let me know. All right, let's be back here at 1:20.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I know that Mr. Sprinkle had no more questions on direct by the state, so I will put in writing. He mentioned some phone calls, jail calls. The state mentioned with him, but they didn't put him in. I have some objections to portions of those jail calls, and I'll put it in writing for everybody. But I just wanted to make the court aware, just in case the state wants to, on redirect, somehow get into those jail calls.
Are you going to get into the substance of jail calls with Mr. Sprinkle?
Not today, no.
Okay. Ever with Mr. Sprinkle?
At some point, yes, after we get other, yes.
Okay, then, yep, go ahead and put those objections in writing.
I'll do it.
And one more thing, Mr. Steele, you sent over an email sort of setting forth an objection or a continuing objection, I guess, that you have to the testimony of Mr. Sprinkle about his investigation, and you base it on Davis versus State, 307 Georgia 746 from 2020, and also Adkins v. State, 301 Georgia 153 from 2017, and the law that's set forth in those about conduct of an investigation and the officer not normally, only in rare instances being relevant, but that it is relevant after, or its case law appears to acknowledge that it can be relevant after a defense has raised questions about an investigation. And yet you're saying at the same time that your co-counsel is asking Mr. Sprinkle questions about his investigation that you don't believe that it is relevant here because the defense hasn't challenged Mr. Sprinkle specifically. And that is, I appreciate that nuance, but my original ruling on that stands, so I'm going to overrule your objection. You may have a continuing objection to that.
Thank you.
All right, see y'all back at 1:20.
I apologize if I'm holding anyone up. I'm not trying to. Just for you to know, we speak with independent crime scene people. So the state just giving us this, these photographs, and then we have to review the evidence, and then go talk to the witnesses. It's a hassle for us.
So if she lets me know that these were originally provided, that's one thing, but if they were not, then they're not going to be coming in. All right, see y'all in 30 minutes.